Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and why am I off center? Welcome to a lovely Thursday. Oh, I know why I'm off center. I remember exactly why I'm off center. Because if I want to be able to see chat, I'm going to have to resize my screen. Oh no. Let's get this figured out real quick. Sorry. This single monitor thing is really being a menace. Let's make this a little bit more. That should be good right about there, and make this fit, transform, stretch to screen. There we go. Now I'm center. Hello. Welcome. This is Thorn of Night. And welcome to the Performium Wild SMP. Let me turn this music down just a smidge. I am still having to acclimate to not having a side monitor to put, my stream on so that I can do stuff on my main screen and then do other stuff on the off screen. maybe because it's going to be approaching Christmas soon, I might be able to find some monitors that'll fit on Craigslist or something. People are getting new stuff. They're getting rid of old stuff. I might be able to get a little bit of a bargain on a new screen for me, new to me. Hopefully one that'll work. But until then, I'm just going to have to deal with the one single monitor and have to remember to resize everything I stream every time. Great! Love it. Anyway, let's move this up to here and fit that over there. Now I can see that part. Cool. Anyway, today, as you might be able to surmise from the title of the stream, I am working on the walls of Lordaeron. Last time we were here, we were working on the foundation, and that's what is behind / below me there. And today I want to start working on the walls themselves. But before I can actually do that, I'm going to have to go into the template world and get some estimates of how I'm going to fit everything in. I'm going to play kind of loosey-goosey with some of the design. And what I mean by that is I don't want to match every crumble and every angle for everything that I build. There's going to be enough for me to build to have to worry about that level of detail. So I'm going to just sort of make certain templates, like the short walls are going to be built up to this height, the tall walls are going to be built up to this height, and then all of the foundations are going to stick out this far on every side, or something like that. And that way it'll help me to be able to streamline the process, because already there's going to just be a whole lot going on. I was hoping to be able to have a sort of a plug-in, or not plug-in, I guess it would have to be a mod, that I could cycle through building materials in my hotbar so I could do some randomized building. And the ones that I've used in the past, like the ones that I was able to use back on Duck and that sort of thing for making the random block placement for my different builds, they don't work on 1.19, and I need to get one that'll work on 1.19, sadly. So until then, I'm just going to be building by hand and seeing what I can do from there. I do have one advantage though, because this server does have MCMMO. So let me, well, first off, before I get into that, let me just go ahead and say a huge thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel on Patreon, and make it so I can do some of the things that I want to be able to do, like eventually get a new monitor. That's a new expense I have to figure into everything. And right now, those people are Elmaze11, Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero. And also thanks to XBlaze Ninja Zero, let's do the dad joke for the day. This time I'll get it right at the beginning. I had a pair of racing snails. I removed their shells to make them more aerodynamic, but they became sluggish. Gotta love the dad jokes. I love that one. That's a great one. That's a fantastic dad joke. Anyway, let's get into things. Oh, I do need to go do my announcement on candy. Let's F1. There we go. Now I have arms. I have arms again. Let's see here. Slash candy. Let's see if it'll do the thing. It is November 9th. Oh. Already stuff going on. Let's see here. Paste. And ninja dust. Anyway, P time at noon. P weather clear. There we go. So what I was going to mention was if I go down to the warehouse and I come up here to the place where there's some stone. Stone bricks. I thought I had a lot more stone bricks. I know I had... Oh, it's cracked stone bricks that I have the majority of. And that's fine. But if I come into here and grab 3 of these, and then I think I just need some seeds, which will be next floor up. Here. Don't know how many it's going to take, but if I do this, we have 3 different stone bricks. And because of MCMMO, if I have seeds in my inventory and right click on a stone brick, I can turn it into mossy stone brick, and I can use that for doing some patches. And then if I do this and punch the stone bricks, I can get cracked stone bricks. Isn't that great? This is 3 block types in 1. There we go. That's a lot of building materials. So let's put you in here. I think I'm going to do the brunt of the foundation in cracked stone brick first, because it's gonna mostly be built out of cracked stone bricks anyway, and that's what I have the majority of. So I will just do the whole bottom outline in cracked stone bricks and decide how to do the rest of the building from there. So let me just grab a couple of these and put this torch there to mark the one that has the first empty slot. And let's go back up top. Actually, I can just go upper. Oh yeah, that got moved up 2 slots. That's right. So one of the things that is going to happen here is the walls are going to be getting built so that there is a clear walkway inside them, and that's going to be a lot easier for these stretches here. But no matter how thick it's meant to be on the template, I'm going to have to make sure that this is thick enough to accommodate at least one wide tunnel, so I can build the maze thing that I'm going to be putting inside these walls. So that will have to be taken into account. But the other thing is, I know that the foundation for these is going to be sticking out more on some parts than the rest for the rest of the actual build itself, the template world. And I'm going to just go in and kind of eyeball where it sticks out. If it sticks out more on the outside of the wall and then it's flush on the inside, I'm just going to get some sort of a general guideline and just use that guideline for all parts of the wall, instead of, okay, well, this section here, it sticks out to here, and then this, it runs along here, then it comes in or whatever. I'm just going to do a lot of looking and then cut once. You still exist. How? How do you still exist? You almost didn't still exist. Oops. So I guess before I can start doing the building, what I'm going to need to do is actually come in to the single player world, Undercity, Lordaeron, and here we have it. So as you can see, there is a lot of just variegation in the build up here for the moss and then the regular stone. And then in here, just tons of stone, but it didn't feel right to have it just be bare stone. So I wanted it to be predominantly stone, cracked stone brick. And this is what I'm talking about for the foundation. I'm going to, or for the start of everything, I'm going to have to just put everything in as cracked stone brick, at least at the start, and then maybe build up and then have swaths of non-cracked up above, maybe do a little bit of replacement here and there with the mossy. But some of the things that I'm going to have to contend with is, you can see these sort of rings. What these represent are little insets in the game, in World of Warcraft, that are sort of dug into the walls, and they make a little bit more 3D texture. Here we go. Here's an example of sort of how one is meant to look, but not quite. And you can see it juts in here, but because of the way that they made the map, if there was just a single pixel of, say, stone anywhere inside this 1 cubic block area, the renderer said, yep, that whole cubic block is stone. So I'm gonna have to take some creative liberties. Oh, there we go, the insets right there. Some good examples of the insets. Now, let's see here. I'm noticing something that I hadn't recognized before, and that is that the walls seem to jut in a good bit further than just the outline that I had placed for the tops of the walls. I thought that this was just an overhang, and clearly this is a lot deeper than at first anticipated. So let me do some thinking here. How far is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 there. Oh, over here it does align with the... Ah! Okay, so it is meant to align with that. It's just for that one little span. I guess there's a room or something that's built next to the wall that makes it thicker there, so I don't have to fret about that, I guess. All right. I can stop panicking now. Any moment now. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right. I see what was going on then. Yeah. So there was just this little part that's built out to accommodate for some extra structures just right between here and here. Okay. So it looks like the walls... Oh, where's the front? Here we go. It looks like the walls are just going to be blanket statement inset by 1. These vertical parts of smooth stone I'm going to have to treat separately and see what they are meant to represent in the game, which I suppose I should be launching the World of Warcraft server so that I can do an eyeball comparison there. Yeah, it looks like it's inset by 1 just all the way around on the outside. There's a couple spots that look like maybe 2, but I'm just gonna stick with 1 because that seems to be the general trend. But for completion's sake, I will fly all the way around. Yeah, that's 1. That is the loneliest number. There's those insets. Much more clearly visible on this side. Okay. Now what about in here? All right. Not counting that stretch. What about here? This also looks like it juts in by one, largely, underneath the top perimeter all the way around. That actually makes my whole job a lot easier. Okay. So then the next question is, what are the heights of these parts here? I think I already determined that the main sections are all exactly the same height. And if that's the case, I'm seeing the pattern for the rest of these. Down 3, down 2, up 1, down 1, up 2, up 3. So right next to the main sections, it jumps down 3, and then there are these parts there that sandwich that in. And then in between these spans, it goes down, up, down. I think that's all I really need to know about that. So then it's just a matter of the height. So what do we have here? Let's measure it from the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 10, 15, 19. So the outside is 19 tall, or the main sections are 19 tall. And then the interiors are 16, 14, 15, 14, 16, and then 19. So let me bring my little notepad thing up here and go 19, 16, 14, 15, 14, 16, 19. And then I guess this for sure already can accommodate a player one wide, no matter what. Even if it comes in by one on either side, I should have no problem making this become a tunnel. The only part where it's going to be questionable is going to be from here to here. And with the new knowledge that I'm going to have to build this out by, it looks like 6 to accommodate whatever this extra thickness is. With that spacing in mind, I should be able to just do the whole thing. Okay. All right. Now, one of the other things that I'm going to have to keep in mind for the build is a lot of the top of this is very noisy. I'm going to be smoothing some of this out. It's not going to be as messy looking. I want a little bit of uniformity so that I can make the building a lot simpler for my end, because it's already going to be hard enough with all the non-straight parts. So in order to make at least the walls a more, not necessarily mindless, but more effortless, I'm going to kind of denoise everything as best I can anyway. All right, so we have all of that. This is going to get built out. I'm gonna just go 5. 5 sounds like a nice smooth transition. I wish I had recognized that sooner. Now, I don't think there's anything going on in there. Game mode, spectator. Yeah, this is just hollow all the way through. Yeah. Game mode, creative. There we go. Come back over here and let's go back into the server. Performium. And load everything and wild. All right. P time at noon. P weather clear. Always sunny on wild. Yeah. Yeah, that should be thick enough. Because even with the inset, it leaves a gap of 3, and I should be able to work the maze in like this. Yeah, that'll be all right. And if it comes down to it, I can always fudge things and expand the wall just by 1 or 2 blocks here and there. Yeah, that won't be a problem at all. Okay. So let's just start over here. So Cuddles, what are you up to? Oh, that's a good question. Does it come in? I'm going to say it juts in around the edges, not there. Just for simplicity's sake. Oops. And in order to conserve on building materials, I think I'm just going to leave where the overlap is. I'm just going to leave it blank. I don't need to build wall here if this is going to conceal that. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Oops. You do whatever you're going to do, Cuddles. I'm happy you're enjoying yourself. Yeah. This is going to be built out. Okay. Oh, that means I need to go get some more stone and some more andesite. I will do that after. Oh, right. I believe this corner ought to have a little bit more detail because this is the entrance right here. So after all the walls get put in, the next phase that I'm going to have to do is build up the terrain so that this can be walked up to. And I might alternate between terraining and building on the interior. Those baby zombies are so quick. I may incorporate the surrounding environment a little bit. But I wanted to get this platform in so that it was just solidified. Here's where everything is going to be. That way I had just a clean slate to work from and build on. But in order to make some of it merge a little bit better, I will probably end up blending through. I am going to be taking down a bit more of this mountain here, hill, whatever you want to call it, so that it's not so in the way. Well, actually, no, I could just taper it down. That wouldn't be too bad. That way, if people are coming from that way and they just come across here, they come in, they see this. Whoa! Okay. So let's do this and. What is this over here? Uh-oh, I have been asked a language question. Let's see here. Someone has asked me elsewhere, someone has asked me on Discord what this German phrase means. It shouldn't be too bad unless saying the phrase means something like slogany, but it's Der Himmel ist mein Zimmer. I think that means heaven is my room. No, that would be Kammer for room, wouldn't it? Let's see here. German to English. Zimmer. Room! Okay. So Der Himmel ist mein Zimmer. Does it mean something? The sky is my room. So, what if I capitalize H? Ah, I was right. Heaven is my room. Der Himmel ist mein Zimmer. Okay, heaven is my room. Heaven is my room. Neat! I know just enough German to not have to have needed to look that up, but I still looked it up anyway. Just to be sure. Don't want to give bad information. Ow! Later on I will have to prod for what the context is for that. I will do this. I'm at the corner. Come on, shoot me again. Come on. Thank you. End it sooner. So how are we doing today? This glorious Thursday, November the 9th. Better is good. And best is besterestest. What's all this? Oh, okay. I already read that. I have been enjoying some progress on some of the idle and clicker games that I've been playing a lot of lately. The Cacophony of Death. The event that has just recently ended. Oh, you guys are just so loud. Come on. Finish your suffering. Thank you. Why did you catch fire in sequence? That was weird. The Cell to Singularity game has these periodic events where you can race to the leaderboards, and the leaderboards themselves are also a bit recent, as far as the game developer only in the past few months having included leaderboards. And it makes it really, really clear when someone has tried to pull a fast one. This last thing, I think it's still in the last day of it, was all about fungi. Different kinds of fungi, mushrooms, and whatnot. And at the very beginning of day one of this 6 or however many day event, someone had already finished it in 24,000 days. And a lot of people are trying to say, well, it's because people are using boosts and buffs and things like that. No. If someone has 24,000 days worth of buffs, then that means that it's Bill Gates, because that means that they've somehow bought that many. It is inconceivable to have done what this person did. Inconceivable! And if it weren't for the comedy value of it, I would say it ruins the game for everyone else. And it does, after a fashion, do that, because they got compensated for second place for having done it. Yeah, oddly enough, they got compensated for second place because someone else defeated this 6-day event in like 6 hours or something like that, 4 hours. Which, even that is pressing the boundaries of what can actually be done with in-game boosts and stuff. But I just find it interesting how just blatant some of this is, and how everyone is just, oh yeah, this is acceptable, this is normal. But that's not the only game that I play. I have also been playing a game called Idol Slayer. And Idol Slayer is a game where you start off with basically a paper tier sword, and you slay enough things and pick up enough coins to be able to upgrade the sword, and then it unlocks more weapons and tools and armor, so you can get more coins per second and so on and so forth. And they've had this event going recently where it's a crossover between it and Shovel Knight, which is a different game entirely. And I've come to the conclusion that I do not have enough anxiety medication to defeat the Shovel Knight crossover boss. It's a bit much for me. Because it's an idle game. I'm playing it because it's an idle game. Something that's not supposed to be all that stressful. And then they show up in this very specific reaction time QuickTime event game. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. But the rest of the game, I have been making some pretty serious progress on. It has 600 or over 600 achievements. And each of the achievements are useful in that the more achievements you have, the more percentage increase you have of earnings per second, offline or active playing. And I have just been grinding away, and just today I got the achievement for having played 15 days. But even with only having played 15 days, let's see here, it is, for me, 289 out of exactly 600 achievements. There we go, 600 exactly. And you bet your tuchus it feels nice to get all these different achievements. They sure knew what they were doing. Playing on that dopamine reward. I will leave this as is. Another game that I've been playing is called Pincremental, which is, I have overlaid that a number of times on the stream. And I have very recently unlocked a huge quality of life improvement that has made advancing through the game much easier for when I do the next prestige or reincarnation or whatever you want to call it. Cashing out, I don't know. But it's at the point where I am nearing the total automation stage, and that feels kind of nice. But of the games, the idle games that I have been playing lately, the one that I am most happy with my progress on because of recent events, hello, Banish, is Fallout Shelter. Because I have just today, I've bitten the bullet and said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and have 50 vault dwellers. Consequences be hecked. Because at 50 vault dwellers, you start getting Deathclaw events where Deathclaws start attacking your shelter. Whoa! I've come all the way around. Hello. Neat. Oh, well, if I've come all the way around, then that means I need to go get some andesite and stone. Back? Question mark? Yay! Do I have stone on me. I've got andesite on me. Yay! Back again. I'm just gonna leave this gravel where it is and not worry about adding more gravel. Let's get copper. Do I not have a partial andesite? I guess I don't. Let's just go ahead and get about a row of andesite. And this loose stone here. And I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see. Okay. So if that's the case, why don't I just do this? And come out. Wow! You jerk. Oh, you weren't walking away from me, you just stopped. That was mean. He just said, haha, I'm gonna get you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, now Deathclaws can start attacking my base. Not looking forward to that stressor, but it does mean I'm making some progress. Progress is good. Okay, you menace. Can't actually see my crosshair. Making this whole place player safe is going to be an adventure all by itself. Because this is a large area to illuminate, and I don't want to just do it with torches. I want to do it in a sort of a more creative fashion, glow lichen, hidden lights, things like that. So I'm going to have to make some decisions about how that's going to work. And also, yeah, congratulations, Cuddles, on your 103 Vault Dwellers. I have been sitting at 49 for the longest time, so that I can get all of my Dwellers trained up enough to justify me moving forward, and I realized I'm at that point where now I'm just stalling. So I have begun accepting new Dwellers. I'm not going to do any breeding for any more Dwellers. I did some breeding for that one objective because I didn't realize that you could skip objectives. But from now on, all the Dwellers I'm going to accept will be either from broadcasting out into the wastelands or from the special cards that you get from the lunch boxes. And that's it. I hear you. Oh, you're up top. Not too much of a sniper with me moving around this fast, are you? Oh, by the way, it's the original creeper. They were messing around with some dimensions and accidentally went too high instead of long and came up with the creeper. Which, what a great origin story. Hello. I'm looking straight down. Come on. Go away. 2, 3, 4, 5. A creeper blew you up when you did a TPR. That is so sad. I guess I don't need to build that part up. Uh-oh. We're about to find out that the TPR was to somewhere familiar. I know they couldn't have lost anything because keep inventory is on. Monkey spider. Oh yeah, almost every ocean monument's claimed. Most of them probably by Zek? I think Zek was the one who stayed in the overworld while the end was expanding. Huh. Put this in here. Put that in there. Oh. Wait a minute. These can consolidate down into this one for now. Back. Let's get some stone. Don't need a lot of it. Back again. I probably should illuminate the insides of all these chambers, and I might future-wise, but I'm not worried about it at the moment, because I figured I would hammer all those details out when I go to make the tunnels. That looks good. There we go. See, even if I do the little inset thing, there's still one wide gap here. So I should be good. Yeah, on the subject of Fallout Shelter, when you get 50 dwellers, you unlock one of the last few rooms, not the last one, but one of the last few. And it is the barber shop, so you can change the appearance of your dwellers. Let's see here. Let me think about this. I think for this stretch, I am going to come back to here. That way there's a gap of 2 all the way down. Because if it's a gap of 1 to start and then this gets dug back, then that means there won't be enough of a walkway, and I want to make sure that there's always a walkway. Which these diagonal pieces are going to be a bit of a problem. Well, that's an interesting effect. The Optifine block rotation randomizer made that little rectangle bright. Yeah, here too. I'm more interested in the outside having the effect than the inside. So I can sort of fudge things in here. Nah, you don't need to claim that. If I believe that was that Zach or was that Bro the Pro? I forgot who built that. If they wanted it claimed, they would have claimed it. Leaving a gap of 2. Okay, so here's where it's going to get a little squirrely. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, because even if it juts in by 1, I can still work with this space. Yeah, that'll work. So what's this? That's up to you. If you think that there's blocks that are worth capturing for repurposing elsewhere, then by all means, rescue them. I'm all for block rescue. So I don't know if this is for the memes or what, but Matt Pet from Game Theory, Film Theory, etc., 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 has recently been saying that when you say the word subscribe in your videos, I don't know if it's streams, but in the videos, when the YouTuber says subscribe, the new AI features are picking up on that, and they make the subscribe button shimmer or glow or something like that. I don't know if there's any merit to this, but if that's the case, then they're really pushing the buck when it comes to how to get the AI integration on things. Because one of the things that they were mentioning, not MatPat, but this other channel was mentioning, was that it might be able to... Ow! Really? Just preemptively take you guys out. It might be able to just automatically fill in the description with words relevant to what you're talking about in your video. I don't know if that's the case for streams, I'm not sure. But at least in your video. You jerk. And I don't know if the AI stuff is meant to be also used for the streams. But I have been trying to find some information about what's going on with it, and honestly, a lot of what I'm finding is tending to be mostly guesswork, which doesn't surprise me. Bunch of people oohing and ahhing about this new technology, not having all of the information about what's supposed to be going on with it, and then assigning what they feel are best case scenarios to it. I think it's kind of cool that we're at the point where it will be potentially automatically filling things in. Oh, right. But my concern about this is there are a lot of people, I mean a lot of people, who have complained about getting strikes on their channel for bad language or something because something sounds like a bad word in another language or something like that. And a lot of phrases might be in the category of offensive to some people, and so they get flagged and things like that, and it's automatically doing this. And my concern is the more they... Oh, there's two of you? Oh, quit bobbing and weaving. The more that they rely on enforcing automated captioning and that sort of thing, the more of these situations of false flagging content is just going to happen. Because there are... I have watched some streams and some videos of people who have their mic hooked up to speech to text, and they are reading things going on in chat out loud, and based on what they are saying, the game will respond by doing something like, for instance, say, I'm trying to come up with an example. Trying to say the word zombie, and it, or trying to force them to say the word zombie, and it summons 100 zombies at their position or something like that. And then it becomes a game of them trying to pay attention to the game that they're playing and read what's going on in chat, and chat trying to trick them into saying something that sounds like zombie without actually saying zombie, and then all of a sudden here come 100 zombies. And I'm not remembering the exact word examples off the top of my head right now of some of this, but this was years ago already implementing some speech to text or speech recognition into a live situation, and almost immediately, as soon as they made the announcement that they had set it up to do that, their chat was coming up with some of the most clever ways of making it sound like they were saying a different command and it activating that command. And now the landscape of voice recognition is more clear. Baloney? It is more precise, but with that comes new opportunities to exploit. And then there's the other thing that I don't see anyone talking about. If you say some sort of brand, is it going to put a link to that brand's website into your description? Even if you're not sponsored by that brand? There's a lot of nuance that I hope they are at least moderately prepared for, because YouTube has been having a lot of problems recently with advertiser retention, and the landscape is getting a little bit, let's say, tumultuous. And as a content creator, it suddenly becomes my concern. It affects me if they are going to be implementing, adding things that are talked about into descriptions automatically. And if I accidentally say a phrase that sounds like something else, like if I say really quickly, for crying out loud, is it going to sound like I've said a cuss word in there? I have concerns about this implementation because I've looked around and it looks like it's hard to shut it off entirely. So I don't know what to think about this, other than I'm not a fan of being an early adapter to most technology, because the early adapters tend to be the ones that get the short end of the stick. Alright, so now here is my decision for the wall. The decision I have to make. Do I want to just build it up with the cracked stone and then go in and make patches of mossy stone and regular stone? Or do I want to try to build it up with regular stone and then go through and punch out bunches of areas of degradation? I think the bottom 5, 6, 7 layers are just going to be entirely cracked stone. I think that's going to be the best bet. Or actually, are the foundations of buildings, I think the foundations of buildings are the ones that tend to crack last, and it's all the surrounding stuff. Ultimately, it's not going to matter. No one's going to go, well, that's not realistic. I think what I'll do is I will just build up the bottom so many layers with cracked stone. And then I'll get an assessment of how much material that's going to take. Oh, well, that's something I can do. Yeah, aha! Aha! For counting purposes, I'm going to go ahead and bring all of this up to the same level. So I'm just going to build this up by 2 so that everything on here is the same level. And then I will do one more layer with a completely 100% refilled inventory to see how many blocks it takes to do this, and then make an assessment of how much regular stone brick it's going to take to do one ring around inside and out, and then use that to decide how much I'm going to be working on making it out of cracked stone versus having it as regular stone brick and then adjusting from the stone brick. I think that's going to be the best bet for me. That shouldn't take too much effort. I mean, I've already done all this. It's only an hour and a half in. What's this over here? But an example of trying to coax words out of people's mouths that they aren't actually saying. You could get someone to say the word some, and then I don't know, bistro or BBQ. Usually when you see BBQ, you say barbecue, so I guess that probably wouldn't really work, but bistro might. Or some beef stroganoff, or something like that. Taking one word, pinching it into the next word, and all of a sudden you've said the magic word, and you haven't actually said it, but the code doesn't care. The code says, "Yeah, close enough." One of the things when it comes to feeding strays is feeding / taming strays is obviously food is your best tool. You bring the food closer and closer to you after you set it out for feeding. You put it down closer and closer to where you're going to sit until they are comfortable enough with eating next to you that it's okay if you're making noises or moving or whatever. Once they are within a certain distance, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 arms lengths, it is a good idea to make sure you're talking gently to them so they acclimate to your voice. Soothing sounds are nice. One thing you don't have to worry about with stray cats is once you get one to acclimate to you, unless there's some sort of traumatic event, you don't have to worry about stray animal syndrome, or I'm sorry, lost animal syndrome with them. They've come from being wild and are acclimating to a person's presence. Whereas with, like for instance, where the term comes from, lost dog syndrome, when you have a dog that is suddenly lost and or injured and doesn't know where they are, and they are a lost dog, they will very, very strongly become semi-feral and very skittish. But if it goes the other way around, as long as the stray didn't come from massive abuse or massive trauma, then it's not as easily going to revert back to feralness. So there is that playing in your favor. But gradually moving the food closer and getting them familiar with your voice. I mean, they already... Come on, you two. They already know your smell. So you don't have to worry about that. What you saying over here? Once a day until they're less scared. Ah, if they used to be pets, and then they were abandoned or whatever, it is going to be a lot harder to get them to stop being skittish. And this comes from a lot of personal experience and spending time with people who have lots of farm animals and stuff like that. I have a friend that used to have some chickens on their property, but they didn't treat them like pets. They were just kind of part of the yard. And so they weren't really all that keen on human contact. But I was able to get the chickens to be comfortable enough with me that they would come up and sit on my lap, sit next to me. One decided to start perching on my head. I didn't get used as a bathroom ever, so thank goodness there, but it took a lot of doing, and they were already used to people. They just weren't used to being treated like pets. But it did get to the point where whenever I would visit, they knew me, and they would hear me, probably hear my car or whatever, but I would come around the side of the house and they would drop whatever they were doing. And, oh, it's the person! Hi, person! Patience is key. I should probably get rid of that little outjut thing there. I love this pattern here, especially when that part happens on this side also. It looks like a pair of eyes. Just in case YouTube makes it too blurry, I'll hold still for a few seconds so the pixels settle down. It just looks like a pair of eyes staring up at me from the ground. I think it's neat. I'm concerned about having an odd number of blocks. I'm concerned that I have missed a hole somewhere. I'm sure it'll show up eventually, but I hate when it happens. So I'm thinking this weekend, maybe even tomorrow, of doing some more of that data pack stuff, especially pursuing the new in town content, testing that out. And specifically, it's because I've discovered a few things. And so I'm eager to progress and show them off. We'll see how it goes. I can't always stream on weekends, but there aren't any early appointments that I'm aware of. Oh, that's 2. 3. Oop. We do have a little bit of shopping to do, a little bit of daylight yard work to do, things like that. We need to get a new leaf blower because the switch on ours was already difficult enough to toggle, but now it became impossible. And in addition to that, frequently when trying to use it, and this might be related to the switch for all I know, it would trip the circuit because it's an electric leaf blower, plugs into the outlet. And I know it's not the outlet because everything else works just fine. $79 dust. All right. So let's see here. Gemini, Llama Bat, Skull King, Panda Llama Slime. I want to see if it's actually going to match one of those outcomes. Bat. Okay. There we go. Server restart. Make it noon. Pretend it's always sunny and back to work. Hey, I've made it all the way back around to here. And that was about one inventory, roughly. But that doesn't include all of that. And it was too tall. So what I need to do is figure out one layer all the way around for everything. What I will probably... Oh, I also like this shape, the oval. That one's kind of neat. It's like a decorated egg. Or small eyes right there. Anyway. Oh, that's what I was going to say. What I will probably end up doing is for some of even the low spots here, I will knock a bunch of it out and convert it to some mossy and maybe a little bit of the regular bricks here and there. But I just feel like the cracked stone makes more sense. Sorry, I'm not terribly chatty right now. I'm having an attack of a tinnitus nature, and all I hear is "ee" in both ears. And it's, well, more one ear than the other. I always hear it in both ears, but for a little bit there, it was unbearable. I will say this, when it comes to my tinnitus, because I have started to incorporate playing like rain and wind and stuff as sounds while I am trying to sleep, it has offset some of the focus of the auditory hallucination that is tinnitus, by giving myself actually something to listen to. So that's kind of nice. Wow. There's a gray name. Oh. Let's give them, because they're new, let's give them the paste. Copy. I've just realized there are some games I play that if I don't have it on full screen, there's no middle ground. The window is just so super tiny that I can't even work with it. You found 4 beacons. Nice. Maybe this weekend I'll hunt down a new monitor. Maybe I might be able to find someone who's willing to take something in trade. Haven't done trading on Craigslist in a while. That used to be a lot more easy to do. Now everyone wants just cash. Which I get it. But if there's a chance that I've got something they want and they've got something that I want, can't hurt to look into a little trade negotiating. Oops. I think before I cap it off, for sure I'm going to need to torch the interior of these spaces. Just to reduce the potential for mob spawning. Now, I will admit that one part of the reason why I have decided to work on the walls today is because I recognize that by their very vertical nature and the fact that there isn't a lot of detailing I'm going to have to do, at least at the beginning, it will make it feel like a lot more progress has been made. Because optics is an important thing. You want to show that you're making some progress on big things. But because of how big something like this is, it's really hard by scale to show progress. And at least doing the walls, I feel is a good enough way. Now, if this was creative, if I had commands, I could just, you know, select all, stack up some amount, and fiddle with the tops a little bit, and randomly place some blocks. But it's not. This is, despite the fact that I have fly, this is still survival. I'm having to use resources that are limited in supply, and I'm going to have to make do as best I can. And so, in order to make it look like I am making a reasonable amount of progress, I want to at least start off with some big stuff. Because once I get to the interior, it might be just, here, let me make this one little vestibule, and then this one building here, and then this one little area here. And an area here, semi-detailing it in might take a few hours to do. And so there's a whole stream just working on one part of the interior structure. So I want to get at least a little bit of threshold of, here is some definite progress. Here's something I can point at and go, there we go. That's much different from the previous image. So that's kind of my goal today. All right, home, warehouse. I need some torches. And I'm not going to be using my soul torches. Those are for the Menger Sponge. Menger Sponge, that's another one that's hard to show progress on. That's why I have decided to just work on one corner cube. Uh-oh. Wait, oh, those are the soul torches. Ha. Maybe, yes. Outstanding. I surely won't need this many. But yeah, optics does go a long way. And if you're unfamiliar with the term, optics is often applied to a negative connotation where a company or some other entity will try to make it look like they are doing a big, important, or culturally acceptable thing, when in fact they are just following a trend to make themselves look better in the eyes of the public. One big example is all the companies that do the pride flags. It's nonsense, because, you know, as soon as the pride period is over, their flag comes down, their courtesy to those subcultures just vanishes entirely, and it's on to the next trend. And that's really optics, but sometimes it means dolling something up to look better than it is, because, I mean, our brains are gullible. We fall for first impressions all the time. Sometimes those first impressions are right, but most things have nuance. But on a scale that this project is, I need to include a little bit of optics. Even if it's just for me to not feel like, well, I've been working on all the other facets of this and I don't see any progress elsewhere, so I'm clearly not getting anything done. while I know that not to be true, the anxiety part of my brain, it's gonna do what anxiety does. So by going, no, look, dum-dum, here's all this progress, I can at least partly tell that part of my brain to mind its own beeswax. Okay. So I'm going to go get some more cracked stone bricks. This direction here. Down this hall here. Down a floor. And then left over here. Oh, I need the coal shulkers. Okay. Starting at the entrance. And I'm just going to go one layer. Way to go, Cuddles. Hey now, you're a 2-star. Let's see here. There we go. Oh! On that data pack thing. I've been thinking about it. And the min-maxy part of my brain wants to figure out what the minimum amount of initial investment it is in order to get the stuff needed for making all of the new in town structures. Like what order would I need to go in order to get the bare minimum materials to be able to build some of everything so that I can start with the smallest amount of stuff and just live off of the income from all of the different structures. Because, like, for instance, once I get the sawmill, I can start getting oak logs. Once I get the mine, I can start getting smooth stone, and so on and so forth. I wonder what the bare minimum is going to be for making some of everything. Because I know that there are some resources that would normally be a lot harder to get, but once you build a certain structure, you just have it. I don't think early on there's a way to get just outright diamonds, for instance. So getting obsidian, mining it up from those tyrant attacks. I almost said corruptor, but that's the refuge. That would need at least a diamond pickaxe. But if you are lucky enough, you can find some structures that have in their dungeon loot chests just obsidian just laying around without having to mine it up. Obviously, those structures are the perfect point of origin for getting crying obsidian. So that would have to get saved up to make way for some of the structures, because there are some structures that specifically need the crying obsidian. But I'm wondering what the actual min-max setup would be. Not so much to speed run, but to go with smallest investment. Because I'm having an additional idea. A super flat world challenge for the new in town. Now, unfortunately, when you go to the Nether, it isn't itself super flat. But I'm wondering how taxing it would be to start from basically zilch and end up with maximum town in all the dimensions. There's the overworld, the Nether, the end, and then there is the buried ocean, which I have yet to actually start doing the work on, and then there is it's not the Tempest, it's Primordial Desert, I think is the name of the dimension. And here's my thinking on this. A lot of the structures they have blocks that get put in them that were not part of the recipe to build them. So you can fabricate some stuff out of just thin air. And I'm just wondering if I can find the ideal plot from one to the next to just get all the structures in the least amount of manual resource gathering as possible. Okay, taking a drink. Now the inside. And the inside is definitely going to be more than what I've got, but it's not going to be a lot more, because the outside, this is a little bit more block usage here and here to jut out than it is in this on average for these. It's like this only comes back 1 or 2 and this sticks out 3 or so. But there's not a lot of them. But I don't think it's going to be enough to make it be half. Because, yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough to make it half. So I'm definitely going to need at least 4 or 5 more extra stacks than what I have on me. But I think I can just call it 1.5 shulkers. Or at least 1 and some change shulkers per layer. We'll see. I can guess all I want. I won't know until I do it. That scared me just a tiny bit. Wow, I just had a flashback to one of my earliest projects in Minecraft back in... probably Alpha 1.3, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me see here. Let's just make sure I'm selecting the correct one. What was in Minecraft Alpha 1.3? 1.0.3 maybe is what it was. No. They had so no, this is for 1.0.3. Let's see here. Version history. Version 1. Alpha. Oh, okay, I did not scroll that far, please and thank you. Let's go all the way to the top. Oh. So the top is present. Ew. Okay. Maybe it was Alpha 1.2. Oh! It was the Halloween update for that, the Alpha 1.2.3. Added the ability to attack entities in multiplayer. Yeah, okay, so yeah. It was the version where the debug screen added the coordinates. So yes. So it was 1.2.3. So alpha version 1.2.3. I was building a gigantic area that I wanted to illuminate and turn into, I don't know, some kind of an arena. And what I did was I calculated how far I needed to go for an inventory's worth of building blocks, and then I would place a whole, like an outpost, so that I could here we go, so that I could, when I ran out, I could just hop down, get more resources, and get back to building. And doing this has just reminded me of that. B3. Put you there. Fond memories. Oh, I remember what. Okay, yeah, it wasn't an arena. What I was doing was I was trying to build a crashed UFO site. That's what it was. and it was gigantic. And actually, it was the coordinate system that really prompted me to do that, because I was able to just map out using pixel art on Paint, Microsoft Paint, and then count the pixels, and then I would start at a coordinate and build that way. Now this is back when spawn wasn't 0, 0. Right now spawn tends to be 0, 0 unless it's in the middle of an ocean, and then it will put you at what is the absolute closest landmass, usually just a few blocks in. But it used to be that no matter what the circumstances were, it did not matter. It would put you a random distance away from 0, 0 within, I think, 256 blocks or whatever. But the criteria was you only spawned on a block of sand. And this was so specific that if you broke that sand and replaced it with something else, and say you died or a new player joined or whatever, it would revert back to a piece of sand. So if you couldn't find a lot of sand, for instance, you had a means of getting one more sand all the time. You just had to die for it. It was a weird time for Minecraft. Another thing I did even before that, this was back when cobblestone was this obnoxiously, very starkly dark, just in your face, here's some deep lines color. I built an entire valley into my base. Which is to say, I just made this obnoxiously flat, perfect, just like this. Just a huge sheet that covered a valley, and that was my roof. And then I just had a bunch of stuff going on under there. But this was also back before there was a lot of stuff to do. And so I just had this great big base with nothing going on. But then I'm all the way back here. But then they added redstone dust. And on that map, I remember going, okay, so if I have redstone dust to get, and it's going to be in this area, then I just need to start digging down here. So I started digging down. This is not realizing I'm going to have to render new chunks. So I just stayed in the same area, and I dug and dug and dug and dug and forever didn't find any redstone. Was so disappointed. Anyway, so that was one inventory plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stacks. 7.5. So 4 layers, or actually I should say 3 layers, is going to be 4 inventories-ish. see here. Yeah, because it wouldn't be 4 there. All right, so this is 1916, 14. Yeah, 14, 15, 14. Oh, this is a one exception area. Here we go. So 19, 16, 14, 15, 14, 16, 19. Okay. Well, let's see what 14 looks like, because 14 is going to be the bare minimum anyway. Oh, but it'll be 14 from here. Right. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's going to be the bare minimum wall all the way around. So this would be 4 shulkers, 8 shulkers, 12 shulkers, 15 shulkers. 15 shulkers of regular stone brick. If I wanted to do it with regular, but I'm really leaning towards it being predominantly smooth or cracked stone. Huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go cracked stone all the way and then come back through and change patches of it to be mossy, like larger patches than what's in the template world, and then maybe here and there do some sparse non-cracked stone bricks. Maybe the backdrops for these could be smooth stone so they stand out or stand in even more. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So let's go get back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And I'll grab a few more for good measure. Oh. There we go. 14. And then it would be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That would be the top. And I suppose once I get the top in place, I can dispense with that. But I do kind of... I kind of want to keep it still for a measuring device. We'll see. All right. Let me go top off my drink. And we can get back to work on building the wall. I'll be right back. So naturally, I have already consumed a large quantity of my drink. Oh, F1. Oh, I just had a brilliant idea for how to rubble the walls. No, that on any other server that might be a good idea, but this one not so much. Limited sand. What I was thinking was I could strategically place little studs here and there, like put one right here, and then blow up AT&T, and then in all the spots that got destroyed, fill it in with mossy. But TNT is more valuable on here. Cuddles, do not feel bad for having to take a break. Do not feel bad for not being at peak performance all the time. Don't stress over it. It is perfectly fine. Haha! Welcome, kawaii. She says she has not been helping me much, but I think what she's doing is holding herself to a higher standard than is necessary. She's been helping so very much with so very many things for so very long that I think she has tried to force herself to feel obligated to maintain some level of helpfulness. It is not your job, Cuddles, to be helpful. It is just your job to exist. As they say, for rules in life, don't sweat petty things. And also don't pet sweaty things. Oh, here comes the tryhard spider. I learned something interesting about how spiders deal with the terrain. From the perspective of a spider, or rather in response to a spider, but spider only, all solid blocks and most non-solid blocks count as ladders on all four sides. That's how they climb. They don't climb the blocks, they climb ladders, and it's the blocks that just pretend to be ladders when it is a spider climbing up the side of them. I think that is a really interesting way of going about the coding. It makes some sense. It means the block doesn't have to change its own self. You just have to code in that all blocks count as ladders if they're being climbed by a spider. Just a blanket statement. And it doesn't have to respond block by block It's just, it always is a ladder if it's a spider, which I think is an interesting solution. Ow. Stop it. That's not you stopping it. Well, I mean, technically it is now that you are just a puff of smoke. A vapor. Oh my god. I just remembered. Last night I had a dream where I was doing some Minecraft redstone. And what I came up with was a way to test if a number was a prime number by enforcing a physical sieve of Eratosthenes, where it would test, is it divisible by 2 with no remainder? If there's a remainder, then it's divisible by 2 and therefore it's not prime. Okay, if it isn't divisible by 2, let's try 3, and so on and so forth until it reaches a number that is larger than or equal to the test number. And I figured out generally how to do it, including using those interference repeaters where the signal goes into the side to reduce some of the computational size. But then it came down to the question of how big do I want to be able to test for? And it got to the point where once I reached a certain size, the next number up would be so inconvenient for building the addition that it would be ridiculous. And I mean, I could reasonably do it using this convoluted method in maybe, I don't know, 100 square chunks, something like that, without it being too much. But it was a weird dream. It felt like I was just kind of taking a back seat and watching redstone happen in my dream. But what was weirdest about it is I was stopping and checking. I was stopping and checking to make sure that my dream was doing the redstone right. But I couldn't, like, you know, run it to find out. So I had to go, all right, this will do this. And then if this runs into this, it will cause this to happen, which follows this line over here. And then it became Dreamland. And so I would start following the line, and all of a sudden, instead of being a line of redstone, it would be a yellow brick road or whatever. It would just morph into other dream kind of nonsense. And I would have to stay focused because I really wanted to know the answer. Did I do the redstone right? Then I would go back, and instead of being a redstone thing, it was, you know, Skyblock or something else, or a whole other video game. And it was so weird wrestling with trying to keep it as a redstone puzzle just so that I could feel a sense of completion in the dream. I love it and I hate it at the same time. And I have no idea what got me onto wondering about prime number theorem and stuff like that. At least in Minecraft. It was just a weird thing. Oh, on my data pack, my new in town stream setup. One of the structures that I didn't have the item for the new in town, the overworld town builds, I realized that it must have been this item that I found in the Nether called the Builder's Wish. It came from one of the spawn events that happened in the Nether. And I had no way of being sure because it didn't change in the image in the book or anything like that. It just, I had to test it. So I did use it, and I now have the Grand Cathedral, and I will show that off later. Maybe this weekend, probably next week. But it was a fun little test, and when it built, I'm so glad that I put it where it did, because it is a 2-unit structure and not a 1-unit structure, and I'm not sure what it would have done if I had tried to put it in a 1-unit spot. Uh-oh. I have an odd number of blocks again. I hate that. It's probably because of doing something like that. Oops. Or maybe something like that. Who knows? So because of how I have been predominantly doing streams, or basically exclusively doing streams these last several months, instead of also having videos on my channel, I have not done some of the things that I was originally planning on doing, like planting a giant pumpkin seed in June, and by this point in time having grown a giant pumpkin and have that in my videos. So what I was thinking is, once Undercity is done here, presuming it is done, or at least the above ground part is done by June, which I think is a reasonable goal to set, I'm going to, hopefully by then, be comfortable enough to intermix streaming and video making. And maybe by then I will have good video editing software on here. The main reason I haven't been doing videos is because I have to do the editing and nonsense over on another computer entirely, because the software that I have access to on this computer is just awful. So maybe by then I will be able to do that. But what got me thinking about this is, obviously Halloween's just happened. Thanksgiving is coming. It's right around the corner, just a couple weeks away. And then a month after that is going to be Christmas. And then about a week after that is New Year's. And time marches on. And I've recognized that I don't really have a lot that I can set up to do for the holidays or other special events. I mean, yeah, I did that whole OMG Zombies thing. I was trying to do something else, maybe a jump scare game, but I couldn't get anything from those free things from Steam to actually be worth a hell of beans, especially being brand friendly and YouTube friendly. But I don't have the ability to do the things that I am able to do when making a video. Like doing some busy work and then behind the scenes, between cuts, spend about 4 or 5 hours building this thing so that I can record for another 5 minutes, and then building the next step off camera for another half a day, and then so on and so forth, and then splicing it all together into one cohesive video. I don't have that capability when it comes to a stream. It's just something you can't do. So I'm going to see what I can do about trying to work myself into a position where I can do streaming and make videos without it so draining my energy and my brain that I just don't have time to do anything else. I have all these wonderful ideas, plans that I would love to be able to implement, but my limitation is how much actual time I have at my disposal. Buddy, it was a good try. A great try even, but I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. Come on. I did ask. Spiders and zombies are the two mobs that can notice the player from some of the farthest distance. But do you know what the farthest distance mob is? Without looking it up? Or at least used to be. It may have changed by now. So I will say probably is still the farthest viewing mob. I will give just a smidge more time if someone is willing or able to answer in chat. I feel like by now if someone was to guess they would have. It is the blaze. The blaze can pretty much target the player from the moment they render in. As long as they have line of sight. Whereas you can see that the spider can notice me from a further distance. And it took a little while for the skeletons to go, oh, there's someone up there. Spiders are basically the second tier up for noticing the player. Zombies are the next, and as I understand it, blazes are the farthest for being able to target the player. What's really frustrating with the fact that blazes can see you from that far away is if you have your settings down for being able to see into the world, but the world doesn't have its settings down, then you can be getting shot at by blaze fireballs without knowing even remotely where the blazes are. They can come at you from even further away than ghasts. And it used to be a lot farther. I do know that. It used to be a blaze can target you and shoot at you from maximum render. But I do believe they nerfed that a little bit. Because it was so annoying. you would be loading into a Minecraft Nether for the very first time. And before you completely loaded in, you were already being caught on fire. So entering the Nether for the very first time was just this nightmare scenario. It was hell. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. That's the hole there. Now the blaze fireball is not as problematic as the gas fireball. The gas fireball causes an explosion which can put out your nether portal. And that was another big concern, is if there was a ghast, it could target you. If you had a particularly crummy computer, it could target you before you were all the way in, take out the nether portal, and if you didn't have another means to light that portal back on fire, you were going to have to start getting really creative. Because there's not a lot of flammable stuff that you can use to spread fire in the nether. I don't think that's a good question. Do any of the new nether plants catch fire if they are near lava? They don't need to burn up for my quandary. They just need to be able to catch on fire. Because like netherrack can catch fire. It doesn't go out, but it can catch fire. I don't know about any of the other new nether plants, like the stems for the warp stem, crimson stem, the grasses, the vines, the mushroom things. I don't know if any of those can catch fire. I'm gonna guess probably not. But if they can, then you could potentially use them if you can't find a flint and steel or a fire charge. You can use them to reignite the portal. Or do the hoglin trades or piglin or whatever, do those provide something that is flammable that you can get to spread across the threshold of a nether portal? On the subject of ghast fireballs, I was having fun with the Minecraft launcher during the Halloween, bouncing the ghast's fireball back at it. I don't know if you get anything rewarding for having done that, but there is at least a satisfaction for bouncing the fireball back at the ghast. Okay. Next layer. I will probably not have enough time during this stream to do the caps of these walls, but I do for sure want to at least get the sides in. If not all the way up, then at least to that mark there for the 14. In fact, oh, I think that the 14 height area for the span where it is from, let's see here. Yeah. From here to here at that 14 level, I think that might need to be the smooth stone, because that would be the cap of the wall. 14 is the height, and so might have to take that into account. Trying to keep a bit of a side eye open to see if I can identify where the missing block is, why I'm on an odd number of blocks. I think this weekend I'm going to try to polish off and finish uploading, well, start and finish uploading the video where I am going to be demonstrating how to get the optimum thorns set up for that pacifist Chronicon character. Because that file has been sitting collecting dust for long enough that I really do need to finish it. So one of the things that I like to do when it comes to building large structures is for areas of certain magnitude that feel rather samey, I like to throw in a little bit of variation. And I had discussed this, I think, in the previous stream on the Mega Sponge, where if you use your character or the perspective of your character as a guide, anything that is more than about twice as tall as your character or twice as large or whatever, that area needs to have something interesting, something novel going on. But the problem is with this, even if I were to exactly go after the design and layout from the template world, there's still massive areas where there are no mossy blocks or other variant blocks in the walls. And that's because this build is designed on a different kind of character and camera scale. So I can't comfortably apply those same rules to this build. So I'm going to have to scale up my calculations for what's a reasonable amount of space that I can leave the same without it looking too just not even ordinary. It'd be like too pretend. Or even amateurish. Because like all these blocks that I'm placing, all this is honestly a lot. And it's going to be even higher than that. So I'm going to have to put in some variance. But one thing I was thinking about when it comes to the mossy is instead of just using mossy, I could put patches of stone or of like leaf blocks for vines on the outside and moss blocks in the place of the stone, and then have it spread out to look like it is a more involved patch of deterioration. That way, the amount of variance offsets the perceived size. A misplaced block, you say? Well, if it turns up, it turns up. I keep instinctively wanting to do something over here with my non-existent monitor. Bit frustrating. Oh, the way that bow looks, I swear, I thought the creeper had a hat. But yeah, you can see that zombie saw me from all the way over there, but that skeleton doesn't. Now, if I come over here, we've got a spider zombie and a skeleton. The zombie saw me. That skeleton saw me. Here, let's try to split the difference between between the spider and the skeleton. They both saw me at the same time. Okay, so their range is the same now. Spiders used to be a lot farther. And the fact that they can see through walls is just so OP. You're not going to cooperate with me. There we go. Chicken? Chicken! You can stay. Another thing I have to keep in mind for setting up the variations of the walls is relative percentage of render distance. Because on this server, it's a maximum of 4. So I also have to not overdo it for interestingness within this range. So it's another reason why I want to wait until the wall's up before I start deciding how I'm going to add the variation. Oh, another thing I wanted to talk about on the new in town data pack setup is I think I found where the final item is for making the Haunted Mansion, which I would love to have had this knowledge before Halloween, but that's okay. Because I wasn't doing the new in town on Halloween anyway. But I believe that these cobweb X's that I'm finding in the sky are in fact X marks the spot for where something is for the data pack. Some structure that is added to the world. And the reason why I think this is because there's one directly over the center of the sundial. And then there was another one in the sky sort of right next to it, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And then I was flying around in spectator mode yesterday, trying to figure out maybe if there was something going on causing a TPS drain that I was unaware of, looking at different things that were within the render area. And I came across, aha, haha, I came across a structure underground that looks nothing like anything else from any of the other data packs. And it is, as it so happens, perfectly directly underneath the second cobweb X. but it's way underground, and I would never have found it organically. So I think those cobwebs in the sky are the dev throwing a bone to players to go, okay, well, there's something here. So I'm also very excited to figure out what's going on with that. Based on how long it takes to do one of these circuits, I may not even be able to get all the way to the top of that 14 on today's stream. We'll see. So, a year's worth of Diamond Club costs 24 costs. Wow, I jumped to the word 20 and took that W right out. Costs 24,999 gems. Now, if you were to pay a month at a time, it would be 2,499 gems. So that means that you save basically 2 months worth of gems if you do a year at a time. And that seems to be the case for all of the club memberships. But it occurs to me, I don't know what the prices are for the others. Because this is 25. I don't know what these prices are because I have them, so you can't actually get them without the price. Oh, wait a minute. Active. Oh, no. It registers as me having all of these because of the YouTube rank, but I don't know how much it is going to cost for a year of VIP and a year of MVP, so I'm going to have to look that up. Because here's the reason. I want to, after I get all of Undercity built and some other things built either on or off camera, I want to cause a little bit of interest in Wild by hosting a massive worldwide treasure hunt using clues and things like that. And I'm probably going to do it next September 19th, the Talk Like a Pirate Day. And one of the things I was thinking of doing was, if I can justify the expenditure by then, giving away a year of one of those tiers. I might have to just cut back and go a month or something like that, but it's something that I want to have in my pocket as here is a worthwhile reward for spending the next however many hours you're going to be spending trying to figure out where the treasure is buried. Because among other things, there's going to be, full kits. There's going to be special piles of treasure like ancient debris, stuff like that. Maybe an elytra or something. But I want it to be worthwhile. Oh, let's see here. Gold is $4.99, but a year is $54.99. Ah, yikes. Platinum is $10 or $100 for a year. Diamond is $25 and then $250. Okay, so VIP is $50 a month, or instead of $500 a year, it's only $480 a year, so it's even cheaper for VIP. And same thing for MVP. It would be $100 a month, or instead of $1,000 a month, it's $950 a month if you divvy it up, or $950 for 10 and then 2 spares and whatever. Okay. So for a year of MVP, it is 94,999 gems. That's a lot. But I betcha that in the years that we've been playing, Cuddles and I have spent way more than that, especially combined. In the years since we've been back. Or I'm sorry, the streak. The 470, well, my streak is weird because that whole thing that happened back with the reset or whatever, but it's at least like 480 days. In the year and some months that we have been back, I bet you 100,000 is way under what we've spent and what we've earned just from doing the Saturday gem games. And of all the things for me not to keep track of, anyway, I don't have that actual hard data. Uh-oh. I missed another block. Oh no. Oh no. No. Where's the messed up block? Oh wait, no, I didn't mess it up. Ay ay ay. I just didn't see it there. It was camouflaged. one of the things that I am going to have to do with all this is, while this down here is the actual bottom of Lordaeron, like I think this is 3 blocks, maybe 4 blocks above the topmost block of Undercity itself. This is not the grass level. The grass level is basically here. 1 block down, maybe 2 blocks down from the lip out here. And that's true for the inside and the outside. So I'm going to have to be doing some sloped terraining to get things to make sense and match. But I think what I'll be doing for the inside is, and this might be something that can be done maybe between streams, maybe an off-camera project, but I'm going to figure out where the necessary ground level is for everything inside. And then make sure there's torchlight everywhere on here, and then just cap this off. Cap it off all the way around with grass or dirt or whatever. And then go in and build the interior structures after that. Because if I do it that way, then that means that I get to also use all of this additional space there for some other busy work projects underground. Maybe even incorporate some games, who knows. Okay. So it is only about, well, it's 11:15. It might be close. It might be close for the amount of rounds that I can do to get up to that 14 mark. If my math is right, it might be right up to the wire. We'll see. Oh, you're 486 days. Yeah. Yours is probably a lot more accurate. Mine is off because during the time when I was so sick that I had to go to the emergency room, even though I was logged in, I apparently they said, well, you weren't doing any commands like, you know, /home /wild or anything like that. You weren't making any commands in chat, and so it didn't register you as being actually on. So ever since then, on days that I am afraid I haven't been able to do much, or I know I haven't been able to do much, I at least make sure that I type the command /streak and get a screenshot of the streak, so I have proof, because the screenshot has the day, and I just do a double, like, you know, F2 F2, and it has the date encoded. So that's the 9th of November at well, it says 23.16.23, so that's basically about 15 and a half or 16 and a half minutes after 11, because 23 is 11 p.m. So I do one screenshot to get the screenshot on my chat, and then I do the second screenshot to capture the date of the screenshot, because it is easy, you know what you're doing, to manipulate the date of an image. And while it might be relatively easy, depending on what the background is, to change this here, it would take a bit more work to get it to not look like it's photoshopped. And maybe that's just the anxious, paranoid part of my brain, but I want to have, you know, the double screenshot. Which reminds me, I have so many of those double screenshots and other temporary things. What I need to do sometime soon is go through my literally hundreds of screenshots and figure out which ones I need to keep and which ones I need to get rid of, because I have a lot that I took just so I could remember something, and then later on I wrote it down and I didn't go and delete the screenshot, and my screenshot folder is burgeoning with stuff. And the part of my brain that says, hey, you're hoarding, is starting to nag at me, because I went to go look for a screenshot the other day and it took a lot longer than I was comfortable with, because I had to wade through a whole bunch of non-relative stuff, or non-relevant stuff. Yeah, in the couple of months since I got the Diamond Club, I have gotten and spent a little bit of my gems on some things, plus the 11,000 some odd that I've got right now. So it's not unreasonable to at least consider giving out a month of it as a prize. Oh, you like my little fan club of zombies? Yeah. Bye. And did you see how far away it was able to attack me? That was ridiculous. They have a lot farther reach than you do as a player. I don't like that. That's another reason to hate the spiders. Alright. Now we have to do 1, 2, 3, 4 more double passes. Yeah, that's gonna be... It's gonna be close, but I think I can do it. I buckle down. Ah, yes, you also have a bunch of gems as well. I appreciate the offer, Cuddles. I've just realized that this particular song, this track, comes up a lot at the same time when I am running places. Because I find myself going like this to the music. And I remember that happening more than just a couple of times. And this is all set on random, so either some subconscious part of my brain designs something for me to run for when this track is on, or it is just absolute coincidence. Oh, that's something that I'm contemplating for the tops of the walls. Instead of having the whole smooth stone, I'm thinking of doing slabs. And the reason is, I want there to be fewer surfaces for things to spawn. because among everything else, I would like to try to make a dark room spawning area. And the way I'm planning on doing that is Undercity is a gloomy place already. So I was thinking of building a gigantic, just a looming storm cloud over everything. And inside of that, have one of the dark room spawning areas with the water channels that make things just walk in and follow the water and just AI their way to the middle, and then have a tube where they will fall to a grinding spot. It is a thought. Uh-oh. I have odd number of blocks again. Found it. Oh, also on that that data pack thing. As lovely as the New in Town progression is, and I absolutely am in love with it, I'm thinking of not including the New in Town and also not including the expansion. Basically not including the stuff that adds the extra dimensions. And the reason is when it comes to personalizing the other dimensions so that other players can interact, it is going to prove to be difficult, if not impossible, to prevent some coordinate overlap issues. And one of the kinds of coordinate overlap issues that's inherent in just the vanilla game is if you go wandering around to the nether and then you place a nether portal and go through it, it will generate a nether portal in the overworld. And if you just happen to be inside someone else's coordinates for their claims, it'll still do it. Or at least by default. It'll set up a nether portal, and you can cause an issue to someone's build, okay, you two. But also, with the addition of some of the functionality between some of them, I am afraid that with the new in town, you can exploit the block placement and just go right up to the edge of someone's claim and then just build a long rail or a too long structure, and it goes in the however many blocks, 30 or whatever blocks into their claim. And I don't think that there is a way to overwrite this and make it adhere to claim blocks. In addition, I don't know how the expansion, the moon, Venus, and all that kind of stuff, I don't know how well that is going to work. So I have been kind of hemming and hawing over what data packs and plugins to include in a sort of distilled down version of it for the Patreon server, because even if I make it specifically for people who are supporting on Patreon, they're paying money and they get whitelisted and all that, I would hate for someone to join a server that has some of that extra dimensionality and coordinate overlap and all that kind of stuff, and they find a perfect place for their base, but it just so happens to coincide when they go to take their rocket and go to the moon. It happens to coincide with where someone else has already got a base on the moon. And so they land and they just can't do anything with their shuttle. They can't get back in. They can't leave. They can't interact with stuff because they're now in someone else's claim or whatever. There's no way to match claims across dimensions. So what I'm going to have to do is make everything as dummy-proof as possible so that future me doesn't have to resolve problems. So I'm going to be weighing the different options. Like, for instance, there is no way I'm going to be doing the lucky blocks. Slime Fun is kind of iffy. I don't even know if Slime Fun... Does Slime Fun still exist for 120? I'll have to look that up. Because there are functions of some of those data packs and plugins and stuff where it causes structures to be built, and those structures don't look for claim permission. It's just, okay, build starting here, gotcha. And some of the things are rather huge, and you can completely overwrite someone's entire base with something like that. But what's worse is some of the overwriting doesn't get captured by Cord Protect, and so it can't be rolled back. That's what I've been discovering with some of my testing. So I'm going to have to be making a more simplified version of things for the potential Patreon server. It's still going to be under the same general premise, but there's a bit more work involved. So for sure, what I'm doing with this adventure series, what I'm planning on doing with the adventure series, that's going to include the expansion and the new in town. I might be able to also squeeze in the Bracken pack by way of some clever world backup and copying and activating and deactivating the different things. Once I get past a certain point and have certain stuff in place, I can deactivate some things and turn other stuff on and make it seem like it's all going on in the same world. You know, movie magic sort of stuff. Uh-oh. I have an odd number. Boop. But we'll see. Just one of the things that's on my plate. Oh, to be clear, I don't think that I will be done with the 14 block high part of this wall by midnight. It's by 5 hours, so I have another 58 minutes. That's my goal, and I feel like I will be at or before 58 minutes before I'm done, or when I'm done with building the last part of these two walls. Now, by not having the new in town and the expansion and the other side, I think I can reasonably incorporate the quest setup. Oh, that's another thing I was going to talk about. It is possible to have the main world be all these dimensions, and then have the individual miniature player dimensions not have access to the new in town, not have access to the making the nether builds and all that kind of stuff, not the expansion, all that, but have the adventure, the exploration part, have that be completely adventure mode for the players and do questing that way, so they can get the experience of some of the extra stuff. But then when it comes to them mining and building and playing on their own, it is a less system taxing setup. I can also take a page from the book of most other public servers and reduce the render distance to 4 chunks, and that greatly reduces the amount of memory needed for a lot of stuff, especially if you've got more than just a handful of players. Because if you've got 4 chunks, that's 7 chunks by 7 chunks. That's 4, including the one that you're in. So 3 away. So that's 49 chunks. So if you have the default, that's 10, including the one you're in. So it's 11 by 11. That's 121 chunks. 121 is a heck of a lot more than 49. It's more than double. And so just by reducing the amount of chunks, it drastically reduces the load on the server. But I can also implement one further thing. I can have the world render, the what am I looking at part, be 4 chunks, but I can have the world simulation be like 2 chunks or 3 chunks. Which is to say, that cow there, it's rendered in. It's just fine. But it can't move. You can see it sort of turning. And that means it has partial simulation. But it's not going to wander around until I'm a lot closer, if it's going to wander around at all. But there is a point where, well, for one thing, it despawns. If it's not rendered, it doesn't simulate. Or it shouldn't. Oh, wait, that cow is shared in a chunk that another player is holding open, so that's part of what's going on there. But it can exist, but it won't be animated. It won't be doing anything. And same thing goes with, you know, water physics and machines and things like that. They don't simulate the game outside of the simulation radius, and so the simulation radius can be a lot smaller, while the world render shows a bit more of the world. So like I can see all the way over to there, but maybe mob AIs only work starting at that distance or something like that. And that also reduces the taxing on the computer. So it's another thing I can think about. It does seem like all of the truly functional plugins and whatnot for making a smoothly running server are paid. All the big ones, lag assist and stuff like that, that's all you have to pay money. They are no longer free plugins like everything used to be. It is now behind a paywall. And the problem with that is is some of these that have gone behind the paywall have not updated and seem like they are not going to update past 118, 119, whatever. And so to get your hands on it, you're paying money and hoping that you can get it to work on a more modern version. And most of them, a lot of the comments are saying that they won't. So I have to make sure that anything I'm going to pursue is going to just be a static Minecraft version where all of the data packs and all the plugins are always and forever going to work within the confines of that version. So one of the several things that I'm having to weigh, and that's just on the data pack server project. Oops. So tentatively tomorrow, if I am going to stream, it's probably going to be data pack stuff. If I'm going to stream. I might be streaming Saturday evening. We'll see. I probably will not be streaming Sunday evening. And then it's just, back to my normal Monday through Thursday. But depending on how things go, I'm probably going to push ahead with the New in Town stuff tomorrow. Because I am eager to figure out what's what with that. Because I have watched a number of YouTubers who have included the New in Town data pack. And they've tried to do some of the stuff, and like they are missing so much at every stage along the way that I want to just scream at my monitor. And the best way to get around that is to just do it oneself. They say, well, if you don't like it, then make one of your own. If you don't like how this story is written, why don't you try writing something? Well, if I don't like how they're treating the New in Town data pack, it is my duty to try to treat it better. Because it has a lot of the same vibes as what I have been trying to go for, at least to some extent, with the refuge and the quest line. Ignoring the MCMMO quests, which are the majority of the ones that I have ready to go on that server, but it's a 1.11.2 server. There's no knowing how long it's going to remain up. I'm at the mercy of the fates when it comes to that. But the rest of it, the storyline that there is, such as there is of it, is very reminiscent of the same thing that's going on within the New in Town storyline. And that's part of why I love it so much. Oops. So I really want to do right by it. I want to have a little bit of like city planning and build things in a way that makes sense. So one of the things that I want to do is get all of the structures built so that I can make a visually appealing version of the town. I don't want it to be a hodgepodge of nonsense. I want it to be spacious but not unreasonably large. I want to enforce building a wall around it. And if I can manage it, alongside the adventure, I want to incorporate a refugee to regent kind of progression. If not, adhere to refugee to regent, because the last time I refugee to regented, I got to the stone stage and then I stopped playing on my own server because everyone else stopped playing on my server, and so I stopped at the challenge, and I feel really terrible about that because I made all those extra biomes in order to accommodate some of the plans I had for building some of the future cities, and it just never came to fruition. And I would like to, on my channel, I would like to complete the Refugee to Regent challenge. I've done it a couple of times not on my channel, but that's not as fun. It's not as fun for everyone if I can just say, oh yeah, I did the Refugee to Regent, I made it to the Emerald Empire and all that kind of stuff. It's more interesting when you get to see the progression. And now I'm more comfortable with trying to figure out how to incorporate crime and crime bosses and piracy and bandits and stuff like that into the mix, and intertwine it with the adventure story. Because if I'm doing the story as a single player thing and I have access to all the plugins and whatnot, then what that means is behind the scenes, between episodes or whatever, I can go build a bandit town that is populated, in fact, by the Vindicators and the oh boy, Evokers. Thanks, brain. And maybe some witches and stuff. Oops. Come back. So that's sort of a look ahead at that. also, I want to get to a point where I can justify having the spare time to do 2 other large YouTube projects that I want to do. One of them is a story where there are lots of options for the viewer to figure out what's going to be going on next. And without going into too much detail and spoiling how it's going to work, I'm just going to leave it there. But I have 70% of the storyline in place, and I just need to sit down and finish the rest of the storyline, see if any of the new additions to the storyline make me need to change anything else that's already sort of not really concrete in place, but generally in place. And then I need to start doing the setup and the recording for that. But then also, I have another series that I'm calling The Sequence, where it follows a single character through multiple games and chronicles their misfortunes and their adventures along the way. But in addition to that, I also have my books I need to finish and get published. I have been making a few pages here and there headway on the title Amber, but I don't feel like I'm going to be getting that done before December 31st, unless I just take all the rest of the weekends for the rest of the year and don't do anything but work on writing, which I might actually do something like that. Because I would like to try to get something else published, because I keep saying that people who are supporting the channel at the Lapis tier get a free signed copy, yada yada, but if I don't actually get something published, there's no actual reward at those tiers. There's just a promise of a reward, and that's also been nagging at me. And that's another reason why I say I might not be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. Because I have a lot of books that I need to finish, I need to start and finish, and a lot of short stories and other writing projects that I just need to hunker down and do, because no one else is going to write my stories for me. But on the same mentality, no one else is going to record my YouTube for me. The best I can do to get someone to do things for me is if I can win one of those we'll publish your board game or we'll publish your card game contest things that sometimes happen at conventions and whatnot. I have a number of card games and a number of board games already complete, even balance tested by humans and computers to see if there's any brute force exploits or anything like that, or if there's anything that's way overpowered in one way, at least as best as I can. A program is only as good as its writer, they say. But I have a number of board games and card games that I would love to see get into the light of day and not just sit as prototypes in my closet here. So the problem with having all this stuff in my brain is, oh, that could have been disastrous if there was maybe a creeper. Anyway. Yeah, you will. You will see Amber get done, Cuddles. It's for sure this winter, if not before the end of the year. I already have the cover art and everything. I just need to finish the making sure I have gotten the couple continuity errors fixed and add the appropriate dialogues, fill in the rest of the scenes, name some of the unnamed characters so that I can justify having them in different locations in the book. And then it should be done. It looks like there are 76 characters in total. What? Oh. PV3. Welcome back from your nap. Is that where you go sometimes, Monkey Man? Is that when you do your... I'm back. Okay, I'll be back again. Is that you going off on naps? Just out of curiosity. Naps are fine. I like naps. Naps are great. People who don't like naps don't know what naps really are. If you're missing out, FOMO. Trust me, naps are good. Yes, this is a prime example of the terrain that needs to be kind of tamed. Honestly, some of my better short story ideas come during naps because I'm closer to the period where the story type of dreams are happening when I wake up. Sometimes when I'm just waking up normal, it's not when a dream is happening. And so I don't have anything to jot down or whatever. Like, I'll have dreams, and I might wake up in the middle of the night and write down some ideas from the dreams. But naps tend to be where the more crystalline structures come out. Okay, Cuddles. It is, after all, already midnight. Thank you for hanging out and helping and spending time. It is always appreciated, and your presence is always welcome. Oops. Ooh, paragraph. What do we have here? Ah, the curse of the nap attack. I'll just lay down for a few minutes, air quotes. 4 hours later. What year is it? And I get it, building castles is tiring work. I know a thing or two about building castles because of reasons. What is that from? We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. That I recognize the image in my head. I know the guy that's associated with that meme. Very familiar. But I don't know what it's from. And I'm at that point in my building where I want to just keep muscling forward. Either I will have to rely on one of you guys, or I will have to keep that in my brain until the stream is over. Uh-oh. You got out of bed so fast you fell. That's not good. There was a period of time where, because I had a very limited sized room, I decided I wanted to utilize more floor space. And so, instead of a normal bed, I built a loft bed. Which is, think a bunk bed without the bottom bunk. Instead of the bottom bunk, there's just empty space. And so I slept up near the ceiling. As a matter of fact, if I sat all the way up, my head couldn't be allowed. So I had to hunch over when I would sit up. And under this loft up near the ceiling was where I put my computer, my TV, my radio, all my electronics, my CD player, all that. Everything lived under the loft, and then I drew a curtain around it, and it was my electronics room. I even had a little black light in there because, you know, youth. But anyway, the rest of the room was filled to overflowing with thousands of dollars of Lego sets and book collections, like hundreds and hundreds, maybe, well, definitely thousands of books. But I don't know if I had the thousands of books in my room or if it was just hundreds in my room and the rest of the thousands were in storage. But I had a lot of Legos, full sets too. And I had one incident where I woke up in a panic. Oh, get back here. And almost rolled out of bed from my loft. Because I hadn't always slept on a loft. It was just a temporary thing. It was only for like 3 or 4, maybe 5 years. And here it is, 4.5 or 5 feet off the floor. I almost lunged straight out of bed over the void. Almost. Only happened once. I don't have a sleeping problem. I wake up, I go back to sleep, no problem. Ow! Serves you right, buddy. Don't shoot at strangers. Also, don't shoot at people you know. I forgot where I read this, but someone said, in the modern age, you can tell when someone becomes an adult because that's when they stop changing their profile. It's a little heavy-handed on the reasoning, but I get it. So I almost named this stream the same thing that I named I think the two streams ago when I was working on putting in the base of the wall, not even filling the foundation. And then I caught myself. And it's made me come to the realization that if I were to be doing the same sort of content all the time, I pretty much would have to resort to episodic naming, like part 1, part 2, part 3. Same thing part 4, same thing part 5, that sort of thing. Because once you get above a certain number of word variations for the same thing, it gets very repetitive. Just like monkeys, that's great. One thing to be said about this project is I've definitely not been sitting still. What do I mean about the not sitting still? I have hopped in on a number of Twitch streamers who are in the content creators on Performium. And almost exclusively it's Twitch. I think I'm the only active YouTube streamer on the content creators, as far as I can tell. But I have popped in from time to time to a lot of the people who are Twitch streamers, and I've joined in on their stream and watched. And like half an hour goes by, and they haven't hardly moved at all. Or they're just sitting there. And this is when they're supposed to be actually doing something like building such and such, or expanding my farm, yada yada yada. Like I can understand getting up, getting a drink, going pee, that sort of thing. But either I have the most rotten timing for a lot of them, or a lot of people, uh-oh, that's an odd number. A lot of people don't have a concrete plan going into their stream. Oh, where do I have a missing block? There it is. Boop. Haha. Additionally, I've also noticed that a lot of the people who are content creators haven't had, and this is the content creator role on Performium, haven't had a Minecraft stream, let alone a Performium stream, for months, or in some cases over a year. I have tried to engage in conversations in the content creator Discord chat, and it's pins dropping and crickets chirping in there. I had about a month and a half ago, someone did a face reaction to one of my comments, And only content creators can see this channel. And on the Performium website in the forums, I'm the only one who's posted anything in the stream or video promotion forum for like half a year. And it feels very, I guess, lonely also, but it's more sad, more empty. It feels empty. It feels like building and doing stuff in Minecraft, I am somehow part of a dying breed. But I mean, RGA streams all the time. Donnie Bobes does his private server for his friends all the time. He does his little troll things. So it's not like Minecraft is dying. It's not like Minecraft content is dying. That won't happen at least for a year or more after the final update to Minecraft. As long as Minecraft keeps getting updated, there's going to be content. There's always going to be a Captain Sparkles video. There's always going to be Green doing stuff. That sort of thing. So, that's not the case. The case seems to be that specifically the people who get the content creator role lose interest in doing Minecraft content, or they lose interest in doing Performium content. That just feels awful. I know that Performium isn't the highest population server. Last few days I've seen it hovering around between 350 and 400 players concurrently. Yeah, it used to be well over 1,000, sure. But with even a few hundred, I would expect there to be, with the amount of people who have the content creator role, I would expect there to be at least a few more people. Now, there are a couple who are semi-actively doing like the Bed Wars or whatever. I don't know what the mini games are. And that's great. But I'm talking about like projects, building things. It feels lonely. Maybe you're getting sleepy because I have a very soothing voice and I'm doing a monotonous project. And there's chill music going on in the background. And I'm talking about boring things. No, but seriously, I feel like even with a couple hundred people, there should be, especially based on the number of people who log in and say, I have a YouTube, or I have a Twitch. It feels like there would be more people doing stuff. But even when people are doing stuff on streams, which is rare. It's almost entirely comprised of them being AFK during their stream. And I hate that. Let's see here. About 3 months ago, I randomly popped into a Bro the Pro stream just to see what they were doing, because I saw that they were live and they were doing Minecraft stuff. They were streaming Minecraft. Not only were they streaming Minecraft, they were streaming Performium, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, they're doing stuff. And they hadn't moved for a while, and I surmised from chat and whatnot that they were AFK. So I decided, okay, well, I'm going to go make myself some dinner and then see what they're doing when I get back. Hopefully they'll still be streaming. And they were still streaming. They hadn't moved a pixel at all. I made dinner. Like, I cooked pasta from scratch. And they had not moved at all. They were just staring at what looked like they were trying to build some sort of redstone contraption over the void, or something like that. And I was like, do I want to participate in chat? I ended up just, you know, I don't know, I think watching some game theory or something. But it just, I don't know, it feels weird. I don't know quite how to place the emotion. What block am I using? This is cracked stone brick. The overwhelming majority of the ruins of Lordaeron I want to be cracked stone brick, to the point where I started collecting this block in particular a lot earlier than my chiseled deep slate. As a matter of fact, because of how much chiseled deep slate I have already used, I would say that right now in back supply I have probably got more cracked stone brick than I have chiseled deep slate, which that feels weird to say also, because I need a total of 3.2 million chiseled deep slate. I don't believe I need that much in cracked stone brick, but it's I don't have like 34 double chests of full shoulders of cracked stone brick. I just presently I think I have more backstock of this block than I have of the other PvPs. Love that invisible effect. And that happens even without Optifine, I have discovered. That seems to be something that just happens because I'm on a server. Tested it on other servers, tested it with different versions. It's because of client server desync. The client doesn't know what it's supposed to be seeing, so it just says, error? Question mark? How do you get it? Well, you can get it two ways. One, you make stone brick and then you cook the stone brick. And stone brick is just 4 stone. And the other is if you have high enough levels of unarmed, you can place stone brick and then punch it. And it becomes cracked stone brick. And that way is much more fun. Alright, it is 5 o'clock. I want to finish this off up to that 14 mark. I don't want this to be a 90% of the way done thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and push. It'll be a little bit longer of a stream than I had originally anticipated, but it'll get done to the point where I planned, and that's what I want. I don't like leaving things hanging. Or wait, actually, if I leave the last pieces, then what I can do is when it comes to the actual layer 14, I can do the layer 13 as just the cracked stone brick, and then for the layer 14 I first go in and place the caps to the point where it is the high spot, and then I can fill in the rest, and that can be done during a separate stream. I think that's actually going to be the better route. So I'm going to finish this loop and then I guess wrap up. After all, I have managed to do quite a lot when it all boils down to it. I am happy with my progress. I don't want to be too exhausted. I'm already getting that hungry thing going on where my eyes are starting to go, ooh, we're hungry. The losing focus thing. Need to keep my blood sugar at nominal levels. I saw that Enderman spawn. I love setting up an optimized Enderman grinder and watching hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Endermen just spawn in and try to get an Endermite. I just love it. Ah. It occurs to me I could do a no commentary video on that. Just a nice, soothing, almost ASMR hypnotic kind of video. I even have one already set up for such a view. I could totally do that. I have a video idea. And that's actually a pretty quick video to make, too. I wouldn't even have to do any special editing. In fact, before I forget, let's see here. Undercity wall. Alright, and then and save. There. Now, if I get distracted, I will remember to do it. Nearly there. About 2/3 of the way around this ring. So I think I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Instead of streaming a game on YouTube, I'm going to be streaming, working on one of my books on Discord. Because I have been putting off focusing on my writing for far too long, and I need to get something with a little bit more progress on it. And in keeping with the trend of using a stream to work on a project that I am either dreading working on or find myself delaying progress on, in order to make progress happen, sort of accountability thing, I'm going to be streaming working on it. So tomorrow, starting at $o'clock, afternoon-ish, I'm going to be spending a lot of time working on one of my books. So, since I am very nearly done with this round here, I'm going to go ahead and start the wrap-up for today's stream. So thank you guys ever so very much for hanging out and chatting and spending time. I absolutely do appreciate it, and I adore the company. It is nice to be able to hang out with friends and do this. And it is enriching to me, to my soul, as it were, to be able to share doing this with you guys. And I'm glad that you guys enjoy it enough to keep coming back and hanging out and watching and chatting. I absolutely appreciate your company. But as always, whether it is you guys or anyone new watching this, if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the comment section, or you can message me on Discord. I have a link down below in the description. If you do want to join my Discord, remember you have to pick a role, otherwise you don't officially join the Discord. If you like this video and you like what I'm doing here, do please give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe. Oh, you have a question for me before I leave. Go ahead and ask away. I will continue with my closing. But like I said, wow, I really have made a lot of progress today. Holy smokes. I have a lot of big projects that I want to work on, and the weekend is typically harder for me to do streams, at least scheduled streams here on YouTube. So be looking out for my streams on Discord. And also, if you're interested in helping to support this channel and help me to be able to do more with it, I have a link to my Streamlabs and my Patreon, and hopefully soon enough, I will be even able to have the YouTube membership button thingy and the thanks button. See how that goes. But let's see here. What is your question? How did I choose the name, or what made me choose the name Thorn of Night? All right. This goes back to 1980, or no, 1992. 91? 91. I was hiking through the woods, and I found, it's not a blackthorn tree, it's another kind of tree that has these clusters of thorns on them that get like 16 inches long. And I was a stupid kid, and I was hiking around at night. And 1991, yes. And it wasn't quite night, but it was dark, and I wasn't watching where I was going. And I'm fumbling around in the dark trying to get back to my normal hiking area, and I run straight into this tree, and it's like hugging a cactus made of daggers. I was very lucky that I didn't like impale my eyeballs. And I set about, when I got home and had finished licking my wounds, I set about writing a poem for one of my projects, and I found the inspiration. The inspiration was my little adventure in the woods. And somehow during that poem came out the phrase, Thorn of Night. And I said, that's a neat phrase. I'll take it. And ever since then, since 1991, or 19, it might have been 1990, that has been my username on everything, basically. It's just Thorn of Night. And back then, usernames were limited to 8 characters, so it was like THRNOFNIT or something like that, or THRNFNIT. So yeah, that's the story of how I got Thorn of Night, and that I've had the same username for decades. I've had this username for so long that I probably balance out the people who change their usernames and profiles daily by some absurd percentage. But that's how I got the name Thorn of Night. Anyway, oh wait, I have not turned off the chat. I'm sorry. I've been staring at words this whole time. I apologize. Anyway, that's going to be it for me for today. Thank you ever so very much for watching and hanging out. Do please come visit the Discord. Remember to subscribe. And if you are interested, you can even join me here on this server that is a free public server. It is f1mc.performium.net. You can see that over there on the right. And I play on the Wild SMP. You can also see that on the right. There are a number of different servers as part of Performium, and I play in the Wild SMP. And so if you want to join, that's where to do it. But anyway, this is Thorn of Night. This has been Performium Wild SMP. And I will talk to you later.